into the starry night, the endless fields before us, opening like a vast void to another reality. Activation confirmed. Start. Engage. Mode selection complete. Gomoko. Gomoko. Behold, the Mesaka is without form or projection. The mech will probably never be completed. Never. Truly not. I must activate the Mesaka. Surely this is a requirement we must comply with. Not very much prism. Antaya. Hello and welcome. Tormander. Lotus Cushion. Control. Oh. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's about it. The true scale of the Mesaka. Right here. Very limited. Truly. Nevertheless, nevertheless, I appreciate you showing up to the beginning of the stream. Oh, a Euro streamer in disguise. Maybe. Maybe. It would probably benefit me to some level. If I could actually get like, I don't know, residency in some European country. And then I would not have to deal with all the nonsense that I have to deal with. I have to deal with different nonsense. Different, less... hopefully less stressful nonsense. Perhaps. Perhaps. Can never be sure. Seems like a very extremely lofty goal of mine, though. How extremely. Highly unlikely, given the climate that I'm in. My, can be exhausting sometimes. Truly, truly. To say the least. So many yawns. Sometimes I don't think that I will ever be not tired. I think I basically lost an entire day or two just being tired. Because it's not a good time. Being tired is not a good time at all. That's just kind of how it goes sometimes, though. Coffee. The coffee. It's not helping. Maybe it is. I don't know. Helvetica. Nue. Way too hard to read. I mean, this is why. This is why we don't do this. Clearly. Clearly. Huta. 2H. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Always heading up the hydration. An important, a key factor in the existence. Truly an importance. I even have a version of Helvetica. Or do I have to install one? I don't think I do. I have to go to... what's it called? Google Fonts. Go shopping for another font. Give me search. Why is my caps lock on? I cannot find any not. You. Can we download you? The font directory? Oh, yeah, yeah. Man, yeah. Never know what you get. You'd think I'd be good at this or something by now, but nope. Everyone is unique. Everyone has its own complications. Comic Sans. Yeah. This is one that we have actually quite a bit of. Why are there so many files? Yeah. Install? Download all the files. All of them. All of them. Zenbu. There's so many flavors. What even? See what it be this one? Maybe. Maybe. Just casually browsing through too many fonts again. Clearly. Enough clearly. Perhaps you want to watch me add fonts to the configuration files. Maybe you don't. I don't know. It's definitely a process. It's definitely a process. Then we have to like reload this. And then we have to go into here, I think. And then we need to involve a bunch of commands. What is this? I don't remember what the command is called. I have no idea. I should write myself like some quick reference thing. Some documentation or some such. And user CSS. Remove user CSS. Remove user CSS. And user CSS. Then user CSS. Wait, that's not. No. I don't think I have a ban user command from here. I have no idea. Nah. No. You don't want that, do you? Clearly not. What if we just VIP user Lotus Kushan? Clearly. Alright, did that display correctly? I can't tell. I cannot tell. Screen projector source. Looks like it's using the default font again. Not tech. What the bits? Anything but the bits. Every single time. Every single time I go to, like... add a font or something. It's just like, nope. Nope, that's the wrong one. What is it called? Because what it's called in the system doesn't always line up with what it's called in, like what's it called? Standard? To set the size? No, I don't know if that's right either. Final boss. Final boss is the fonts we made along the way. Or maybe not. I don't know. That's something like this. Yeah. The fonts. Defeated the fonts before. And we will do it again. I shall have my revenge. According to the, what's it called? The font browser display thing, the Firefox thingy. We have to call this with maybe a font size. We'll do 20 pixels. We have to put a font weight, I think. Maybe a font style to be extra sure. Apparently we don't put the what's it called, the what's it called? We don't put the number there. We put it in the weight configuration. Attempt 2. I mean, it's hard to tell because it's not very... It's not very distinct. Maybe we make it bigger. I don't know if it's supposed to have serifs like that. Because it's not a serif font. Is it? No, I don't think it should be. That is nothing like what I'm getting in the browser. I'm being lied to again. We're not getting font. It's still not loading. Did I spell this right? Still using a fallback. Honestly, font browser in Firefox seems better than the Firefox, the what's it called, the Chromium, the Ceph. I don't know if the fonts are winning. It's more like they are defeating me. Again. Somehow. Again, Firefox. It's something that this other browser thingy doesn't. Yeah. You know what I'm tempted to do? I want to take all the browser pages and just kill them. Which one is it? I think it was that one. I think it was that one. Yeah. Yeah, the real way to add fonts is apparently to delete the process. The refresh button is a lie. We're not deleting the fonts. We're deleting processes from memories. Because their highly aggressive caching policy means that it won't ever reload a damn thing every time I click refresh. Might as well not even have a damn refresh button at this rate. It doesn't do anything. Also, welcome to F Mega. And I don't usually welcome Alvatore to the stream. I maybe should do this more often, perhaps. Don't you think? Perhaps. Alright, now why am I facing this weird direction? Is this thing ever gonna be not broken? Is all my software ever gonna be like... Is it ever going to behave for me? The answer is no. The answer is always no. We'll have to fight with the software continuously, forever, and ever, and ever, and ever. I think we have defeated the fonts. I think we've done it. We've won. All it took was some persuasion. Persuasion. From the what's it called? Also, I think the emulator overlay was one of the processes we killed. I don't know if the alert box is still working, but we'll refresh that. And then we'll reload the ticker thing, despite the fact that nobody can see that. You know, just things. Just things and stuff. Ah, yeah. I think the more important matter is now figure out, besides fonts, what to actually do. What to actually do? Because, you know, I just kind of start these streams up and I don't really have a plan. I'm like, I'll figure it out as I go. I will improvise the entire thing. Every single time. Sometimes I have a plan. But it's pretty rare. And then I'm left to thinking, what do we do? What do we do? What? Could possibly be next? And honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes there's times like these when I'm just like, oh, time to go back to sleep. Roll credits or something. I don't have a button to roll credits, so we can't do that. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Guess we'll just have to like, um, I don't know, maybe we'll just like, you didn't think I would be defeated that easily, did you? No, clearly not. If we can defeat the fonts, then we can defeat indecision. Always. Without fail. Without fail. What do we have? What do we have in here? What is in here? You do some risk. Then risk for a while. We could go back to the triangle-y things. Those need some stuff. Although I should kind of want to take a break from that. We could do more Fae, or we could delve into the depths of Key. Or perhaps we just take a break from all of it. Perhaps we do something very different. Yeah. You ever have one of those kind of days where there are many choices, but none of them really seem to be all that appealing? This happens a lot. I never really did. Well, there was once upon a time where, like, I was trying to configure a script. No, I was trying to build a script. And the script would be a bridge between, what's it called? Sway? The Sway window manager? Tmux? The terminals? NeoVim? An all-encompassing system interface between a variety of subsystems. An integration to end all integrations. Alas, I put this on a shelf and did not consider that I might return to it someday. And perhaps today is that day. Perhaps today is the day where we link everything together. Where we connect all the things. Where everything is connected to every other thing. And I escape from the depths. Being stuck. The confusing array of keybinds that don't ever make any sense that I constantly trip over. Where's the dot? Where is it? Are you hiding it from me? I must chase the dot. I must catch it. I mean, the next best thing would be, like, to summon one of these triangles. Some of which I suspect are the wrong colors. I wonder if I have to tell it to use an sRGB profile to render things. That'd be my luck. Yeah. Too much yeah. Thing that I am referring to, of course, is the workspace script. The one that controls my current workspace bindings. Yeah. It's a reasonably complex little thing, but also somewhat simple at the same time. However, it lacks capability. It lacks the ability to respond to and calculate the number of active processes. So that's a feature that we did not complete. One that we require, inevitably. For a variety of reasons. The design, somewhat simple. The operation of it, not entirely all that complex. In theory. In practice, though, maybe not so much. Maybe there's a bit more to it. The idea here, of course, is that we need to, like, discover the entirety of the process tree. Because Sway will give it. What are we shilling with the announcements feature? Gift subs? Gift subs again? Oh, yeah? That's something I haven't seen much of lately. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like there's too many gift subs tossed out in my stream. More than could actually be effective. They're random. I tend not to hit the people that, like, visit frequently. It's the most perplexing thing ever. What algorithm is it that chooses where subs go? It's nonsense, I tell you. This does beg the question, though. Should I try to put announcement events into some form of the overlay? Or should I leave them exclusive to the chat box? Never stay very... It's this sort of like... It's almost sort of matches my experience with it. Like, there were a couple of channels that I, like, watched for maybe an hour or two. And then I just randomly get a gift sub to it. And I'm like, okay. Okay. Sure. Fine. Be that way, Twitch. I see what you're trying to do to me. Trying to get me to come back. Doesn't work as well as I would hope, though. We didn't get the censor stuff either. wonder if it's possible to stream this data. There's nothing in there for it that seems to suggest that it can configure it. About the conf file. Lib sensors. Wait, this implies that it's a library. Does this mean that I can make a program that just does this without having to execute processes over and over? Lib sensors. You know, there's all kinds of names and functions in here. There's another ad break. I'm going to use this opportunity to take a brief break of my own. Make myself another drink. I returned somewhat shortly later. Somewhat. Yes, yes. What was I saying again? Yeah, something about sensors. Vintage digital solution. Hello and welcome. Ugh, hot drink is hot. Yeah, where is it? Yes, sensors. We were going to look into sensors. And maybe processes. All of this means that I need some form of program. Some sort of unified program that I can run. That will do all of the things. All the things. All at once. Perhaps. Do I try writing my thing in like C? Or do I go for something like Rust? I'm always reaching for Rust. Feels like. Or do we try a different avenue? There's Python bindings for sensors. Supposedly. My script is already Python based, the one that I have. Proof of concept. The fonts did not win. I am victorious over the fonts. Don't we know? Misaka always wins. Well, maybe not always. But usually. We find a way. Hot. Too much hot. I wonder which version I have here. Version. Lib sensors 3? The mech. You know, we haven't really like done anything with the design phases with that. Partially because, like, I don't know how deep we want to go with that project. It is ridiculously non-viable. And yet I still want to do it. It is the most insane project that I've probably ever suggested. Eye sensors. I don't know if we have that or not. Import sensors. I don't. Excellent protection against nuclear. Kurisama. Kurisama broke a while back. Probably because Discord insists on changing their APIs constantly. And that's one of those projects that I just don't touch very often. At all. Sensors. Why don't they have this package? Yeah. Which one are you? What am I trying to use? Pi sensors. Maybe this one. This one maybe. Where is it? Source? Maybe? Doesn't seem like it either. There you go. Never find what I'm looking for. Never, ever. This one. This one. This is the one. It's another AUR nonsense. Make a package. No this utils. Not this the utils. Install dependencies. Don't have dist utils. Where are the dist utils? Why is this? Maybe it's this one? I don't know. Can we make package? No. That was not it. I think they call it setup tools. No. Naya. I almost want to like take the pip function, force it to install something, because this is ridiculous. It's not install. At all. Ugh. I'm not having any luck with this. Can I use the pip function here? I just install whatever this is called. Override at the risk of breaking your installation by passing break system packages. Break system packages. I don't care. Yes, we can just... Yes. We just break the system packages. Nobody cares. It's fine. Clearly. And then I don't know how to actually use the damn thing, but it's not that difficult. Source something. Where is... We have like documentation somewhere. Maybe. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows at this point? Ugh, what is in here? Inint? That sounds sort of, maybe, promising. Sensors... Structure, union, address type, argument, array, buzz, function, default feature. The union, bunch of constant nonsense, DLL, lib, sensors, error, pointer, structure, union, alignment, bunch of C times, cast, CDLL, cleanup, create buffers, finalize, find library, and int, iter detected chips, and move set, OS pointer, DLL object. Resize size of string at iter detected chips. This is the only thing that looks remotely useful other than like cleanup. Generator. Very generator. Is that how we do this? No. In. It's in. I almost remember this thing. Maybe. And then we... I don't know. Print... chip? Things? I don't know what... I don't... object. I should have grabbed one of these object. Can we do you again? No. Alright, how about an array? Yeah, that looks a little more interesting, maybe. Then. What are you? Adapter name. Isa. Path? Address? Bus? Prefix? Fields? Objects? Mails to support. Dict? Module? Iterator? Hash? You're an iterator? At least I presume you're an iterator. Get attribute. Or empty. Download things. Feature. 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 What kind of things? What is feature? Feature. So many features. Fans, ins. I mean, these look like sensors of sorts. Hello? We didn't really say hello. To Emmy Lies. I love my lazy monkey. Adam. Tajiti. Stegosaurus 21. Welcome, welcome. Let's see here. What about one of these fans? Which one of these is a fan? In 5, 8, 10, 14, 15? 15 should be a fan, right? What can we get from you? Label. Not very helpful. Name. Not very helpful. Number. Not very helpful. Type. That's a number. We're gonna do all the things. Temperatures, fans. Anything I can find. But fans are bound to give me vaguely interesting information. But I don't know how this library works. Get value. It's promising. Does it change? It does appear to change. So they do well, true, print, fan, get value. Time, sleep. I don't think we imported time. Time, sleep, 4 seconds. Print, fan, get value, time, sleep. Let me do, wow, true. Now we have real-ish time calculation of fan speed. I wonder which one it is. Get value. In this case, for a fan, the value is in fact RPM. Let's see, what is it? Things? Things is all the features in it. So we could take this a step further and be like print get value for t in the things. T name. Maybe? And now we have a whole bunch of buttons. Or fans. Loads of fans. It's hard to tell which one is which, but we do have a way of like we could demonstrate this in a way, I guess. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe the fan stays still and the entire world, the entire universe spins around the fan. You know how you test the fans though, right? Just gonna turn the spinny dials. And then we'll just grab this side panel here. Give. Actually kind of warm in there. Uneven. Also, this isn't exactly what I would call the most convenient. What if I want to stick my fingers in the fans? Which fan do you suppose that was? Fan 4? Fan 4 isn't spinning anymore. Well, there it goes again. Just stick your fingers in the fan, clearly. Fan 4 is around here, by the way. Oh, it stopped. Clearly. I am always picking on fan 4. Speaking of fans. Tree is a little dirty. I might have to clean the filter again. Enough fan abuse? But I have like five other fans to poke at. Yeah. We're not gonna poke the fans. No, that would be a little bit more evil. It'd be a little bit too much evil for me, even. Still though, it's kind of nice to have this data. Without having to invoke some sort of, like, sub-process. Very eek. So incredibly eek. And all I had to do was break the system packages using pip. Clearly. I have way too many tabs open from this. Attaching the fans. Oh no. What are all these? I don't need that. 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 Those two packages failed me. Don't need that. Alright, this is all fine and good and whatnot, but we had like a bunch of chips. I don't remember what all these are. What do we got in here? The NVMe? Join. Wrapper. Chips. C. C. Chips. Print. I don't want to poke the chips. That would be gnarly. The NVMEs get toasty. I don't know what's in the K10 temp. Anything of interest? It's also whatever UCSI source size 000081 is. No clue what that is. Temperature. Processor? Maybe. Chips 1. There's some temperature thingies. Name. Get value. Well, that's very toasty. I don't think I want to stick my fingers in that. It's not for me. I'm not eating any chicken. No chicken for me. What is 2? 2 is one of the NVMEs. It's a little warm. Alright, what are you? I have no idea. 5, 4? What is 4? Four is another fan system. Maybe. Maybe. I'm guessing this is probably related to maybe North Bridge? That has a fan on it, right? Yeah. That one's got a guard over it, so I'm not sticking my finger in it. Especially not at 2000 RPM, if that's to be believed. That thing's also pretty toasty. How about the other NVMe? $39. $39? I don't want to poke it. It's a tiny little fan. It's embedded in there. I don't want to break it. Especially because it's mounted to the motherboard, unlike the other fans that I could just, like, move around. I'm not poking the chicken. That would be very evil. So one of the NVMEs is 31 and 46. This other one is 39 and 57. Can you tell which one has the heatsink on it? One of them has a heatsink on it. Chicken is finger food. What are you doing to these poor chickens? I don't know. I think anytime we eat chicken, it would be with a utensil. I don't like poking at my food. Is it gonna be snack break time? E. Very E. So, chip 0 is like... apparently all the assorted motherboard sensors. Yeah. I'm dropping stuff. K10, this is the CPU things. CPU package sensors, maybe. I got the NVMe. The UCSI source, I have no clue what that is. But it doesn't really give me anything useful. And then the Asus EC, this is the... it's like the Northbridge package. Yeah, clearly. This one's got fans and temperatures. This one's got motherboard temperatures. This one has some temperatures. I don't know. It's a little toasty though. So that's sort of sensors. Chicken. So now we sort of have this figured out. All I need to do is feed all of these values into the script. Because originally we were using the sensors program, but now I just want to import sensors. Let's see, where do we want to put this? Let's put this up here by all the weeks. Sensors init. Subprocess. E. Any subprocess. What the hell is this cursed indentation? Indent. It's gonna be not. In pancakes. Some people call those crepes. I drink so much coffee. It's not even funny anymore. Let's see, what do we want to do here? We want to get rid of the process. Check sensor. commented this out in a couple of places. Which one do I want here? Probably this one. Not the pills of the caffeine. E. Load. Sensor. Sensor list. Oh, we didn't here. Never mind. What was that function called? Oops. Terminal. Error detected chips. Make sure this is empty. Put that in there. Maybe. Or maybe we filter through all of the actual things. Because these have, what do we have in here? Name, path, prefix. Prefix. I guess it would be the prefix. Perhaps. I don't know. So many things on here. Address. Bus. Has wildcards. Path. Prefix is like the most descriptive thing in here. Maybe. Then maybe adapter name. I don't know. Okay, adapter name is very meh. Oh, one of these is the NVIDIA GPU. Not the corn. Actually, the corn is pretty tasty once in a while. Fix. Steer wrapper. Okay, that's why that thing is so ridiculously useless, because it's the NVIDIA thingy. Nothing interesting to be found there. So I think we just care about maybe prefix and address. I don't even know if we care about address. Sounds like some tasty food we're making here. They're gonna make me hungry at this rate. The pineapple? This is not a pineapple mixture. That sounds kind of good though. Get me out of terminal mode. Sensors of interest. NCT 6798 NVMe. Maybe K10 temp. What the North Bridge thingy? Oh. Oh. Temp. Fan. More temp. I don't know what these in sensors are. But I've never seen anything useful from them. Some of these look like, what, voltages, maybe? I don't know about all the other of them. The sway? It is in fact used for the sway bar. The Apple II, I haven't touched that for an eternity. Not only does it manage the sway bar, it also does like a couple of other things. Like, it's actually hooked up in such a way that some of the, like, sway keybinds actually run through the script. So, like, my what's it called? My workspace switching keybinds, they actually go through the script. The status of the like which output the and which window is visible, that's also part of the script. But yeah, it's all Python. I kind of loosely based this on like my Hyperland script, and then I just like rewrote the whole thing for Sway. Very Mia. But yeah, all you have to do is like grab some environment variables, open an IPC socket, wherever the hell that is, decode the input, write output. What's over here? Unpack from IPC. Yeah, Unix sockets. Just got some Unix sockets. Because that's where the API is. Pretty easy. And I'm thinking of like making it do a whole lot more than just sway. Because as I alluded to earlier, which you may or may not have been here for, when I picked a topic for today, the idea is to, again, display my sensor data first and foremost, because that seems easy. But then I want to get, like, the process tree. And then once we have the process tree, I want to make it use the, like, the window graph from Sway and the process tree to discover whether or not we are running a copy of tmux. And then I want it to talk to the tmux. If that's a doable thing, probably is. Over, like, again, another IPC socket. And then if the tmux exists and happens to be running an instance of NeoVim, then it will look deeper through the process tree to find the NeoVim processes and connect to the IPC sockets associated with the NeoVim. And then if it detects that, then it will find out where in the graph the NeoVim tmux is connected to the which terminal, and then if that terminal is active, I want it to forward keyboard commands to the NeoVim that's in the active tmux. Is this ridiculously overcomplicated? Yes. But I like complexity. Because this might make my life easier, maybe. In the long run. Or maybe it won't. I don't know. But a long-standing problem that I've had is that the I don't know, just trying to feed the hotkeys into like tmux and Neovim and Sway, they all have their own like key bindings and they're all different, and I keep pressing the wrong ones by accident and it's causing me some grief. So I wanted to build this integration for a while. For some time. And I just haven't. Because there's a lot of moving pieces to it. Does this have, what's it called? If I have like NVMe in a list, could we do something like it's definitely something. Prefix in FL false. 2, 3, 4, 5. All of it? I don't know about all of it. At the very least, though, I want to be able to get the sensors thing hooked up, because that's interesting. That adds some visual flair that I had in my previous bar. I would also like to sort of get like the process graph. Like we did this before, but it's like kind of complicated. And I was using the like the process utility for it instead of like some sort of API calls. And I don't really want to spawn processes to discover processes. This is not desirable. These prefixes are not working. Yeah. I mean, this is a byte. This is a byte string? So we need the prefix, I guess. So yeah, if the prefix is in the sensors of interest, then I don't know what then. What if the sensors of interest had like the address in them as well? Chips prefix chips 5 address. What is your address anyway? 56. We could do that. And then next. Zero. Overview for storage space. I think we had this at one point, but like, I don't have a convenient accessor for it, so I need to write something new for it, I guess. My previous bar had disk space, fan speed, temperatures, and it had network. I think it also had CPU time and memory, like free RAM. So I want all of these again. All of them. It's a lot of data. It is a lot of data. It might be interesting to put some other kinds of data on there as well. I don't know. For example, something that I was thinking of was like, we have this title bar. I kind of filter out half of my window titles anyway. So we could either put data there, or we could put something like, I don't know, we could like, maybe I could like call some HTTP requests and then get like media information from like from the music player. Cause why not? The NF netlink. I wonder if it's possible to get network statistics for the various adapters over netlink. Because I looked into it a little bit, but it wasn't very descriptive. And I know like the IP utility can do this, and I would think the IP utility calls it over netlink. This is something else I was considering. Not in the list. IP route. The thing is, though, that like, I don't know, is this an API? Because I don't want to call processes. I'd prefer to call like some sort of library or API directly. to get like stats. I don't know if we have Q or TC or not. I don't know. Term? No, not term. You give me other term. Do we have this? Oh, you do. Show. I don't even know which device it is. Device. Show show help. Show things? Oh, I guess this is just everything. Let's see here. You are BR tap, tap, tap. I want the MP 5S0. It's not continuous though. It's not continuous and it's not very parsable. Like I want something that will like run on an interval or some such. Do we have like naming, parameters, sizes, options? Numeric. Short. Stats. Details. Brief name, show something. It's a lot of settings in here. That seems like overkill for what I want to do. Because, like, I just want, like, I don't know, bytes, current bytes per second. Sent and received. I don't need, like, a ton of, like, super complex things. So that's not too helpful. Not too helpful at all. Yes. How much? Yeah. Ugh, what was I doing here? Sensors. Sensors. Sensors kinds. This prefix that maybe we want. Kinds to be sensors of interest. Index. Chip prefix. We still have to do this. You know, maybe we should say not. Not, then continue. Yeah, then I can save myself some indentation. So then we have... Let's see, we have the feature. The feature in chip. And then if the feature name is in the kinds that we want, then we will append the feature. To the list. Maybe with the chip name as well or something. Or maybe not. I don't know. It's probably fine. I'm just gonna call this. Cause why not? That should give me a list of all the goodies. I always have to fill this in with like everything. So we'll grab all of these, for example. I don't think we care about any of those. I don't think we care about any of those. I do want sands. I think sands 6 and 7 are null. Sadness. Temperature 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Why there's so many of these? You are all null. Don't want the null ones. Grab those maybe. So I want all those. So you're the last one in the list. I'm gonna go in there and then you're gonna go in there. And then do I want this thing? Maybe. Maybe. It's kind of a weird way of doing it, but it sort of maybe works. Kind of. A little bit. You know, this could be a dictionary. And then I don't have to do this silly cross-reference between the different, like, arrays. Sensors of interest. So using index, we'll just use the chip prefix. That's much nicer. cabbage. And gravel. It's colored me so blue, I don't know what to do. Dabbity. We've been stacked. Now we are green. Not my textures. Not my textures. I needed those. Well, presumably I needed those. And so, it used to be that we just call IP. We don't still do checklink, do we? No, I turned that off because I don't like calling tons of processes for every second. It's kind of weird to spawn a process every second. Green isn't real. Green isn't real? Ugh. It's another ad break. And I don't exactly necessarily want to take a break during the prisms, but I really need to pee. So we're gonna be back in a few minutes. We have. Maybe. Come on. I think I broke the tracking somehow. It's not working. Is it not working? Okay, maybe it's working. That was weird. Oh, yeah. Where? Button. Click. Enough click. Never enough click. Click. Alright, what do we want here? We want info and maybe. I don't think we use this. I think in this script we don't actually use any of it. Where do I assemble the objects? When info. Chicken nuggets. Tasty chicken nuggets. Nuggets of chickens? Gasp? Gasp of the highest degree. Mexico is not a chicken. We are not a chicken nugget. Active window. Active window. Where's the nuggets? Somebody owes me a nugget. That's that. Sensors. I guess sensors is going to be a line. A string. Pre-formatted string. And then we could put info sensors. Yeah. And then, what do we do? We'll just go through all of them. Maybe? Sensor list. Automon. That spelling, though, is maybe a little bit... no. No. Mm-mm. That's flying too close to the sun. That's not a block term. Automod be like... I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know. Alright, so this should give me... maybe? All the sensors? I and you are very close together. On the keyboard. Yeah. Is it really that simple? Can we just reload this and get a giant array of values? Maybe every second? There are so many. We might just take the... Actually, first of all, I might do this a little differently. I might do this via iteration. Sensor lists. Sensor values. Actually, I think we're going to make this another variable. Sensor values. Like so. So if we have... I don't know, let's just round these all to an int. And then we'll display them. This makes sense, right? Maybe? Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Now we have an auspicious array of numbers. Oh, they're not very coherent, are they? Let's see here. I could make them different colors. Or I could just not. I don't know. I don't know which ones go to, like, which device, though, because I didn't really, like... We didn't really divide that up too well now, did we? Nope. Nope. Mm-mm. At the very least now, if I stick my finger in the fan, it's easy to tell which fan it is. It's that one. Don't stick your fingers in the fan. Also, fan 6 and fan 7 aren't really active. So we're gonna skip those. They're useful. Stare into the artificial sun. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. Probably not fine. Where do we compile the list of sensors? Can hear everything. The list. The list. This could be like a composition or something maybe, but I like doing it this way. And then sensor list, I think we will I think we'll put tuple. Maybe we'll put list. I don't know. The list. The list. The can. Meow. Load check. The check sensor function is so short, I keep missing it. Hello and welcome. Hello and welcome to Azure 21. Are you shilling Mesaka again? Are you trying to convince people that I am verse smart? I don't know if I'm convinced. Complexical stuff. Complexical stuff. It's not that complexical though, is it? Is it? I would hope it's not overly complexical. Sensor values append. What's it called? What's it called? Prefix. No, prefix is not a string. Gah. Gah. One of these, one of those, one of those, and then maybe I'll do that. Okay, how do you look? You don't display. C, it's not C, it is C is 0. Extremely verbose. Way too verbose. Probably because we don't need to put string int. Just the int is fine. That's better, but it's still very... It's not quite what I'm going for here. How about we do space join? No commas. Commas are evil. Then you have to be a string. Then you have to be string? It's a little more interpretable. We now at least sort of know which one is which. Kinda. Sorta. Maybe. They're very toasty. All the numbers are toasty and they keep moving. Hello, hello. Celos. Music. Toast. I don't think I am toast. I do not think that I am toast. Yet. Although a lot of this hardware is pretty toasty. I don't know which sensor this is, but it's like... This one's jumping... This one's like constantly 66. These are probably in a core somewhere, because this one keeps jumping up to 70. It's a little bit E. Need to blow on it. Industrial grade cooling. Yeah, I kind of almost wish that I could like graph these in some way. Be a bit excessive. A little bit excessive. Right at the moment, you're working on a script to pull like sensor data from the computer and display it as like RPMs and temperatures. Sort of amalgamated. This tiny little bar that you could probably only read if you have the stream in like source, like full 1080 and super zoomed in. This is like the status of all the hardware. All the hardware in the computer. So like most of the fans are running at like 500 RPM, except like this other one that's 1500. That one's probably the one on the processor. Because that one's a different flavor. So these first 5, I think, are fans. And the rest of these are like various temperature sensors, which are some of these are kind of warm. And then we have like CPU temperature sensors. Again, kind of warm. Then we got like the NVMEs. Again, kind of warm. And then we got like this Northbridge thingy. Again, kind of warm. So it's a random smattering of values between, I don't know, 26 at the lowest. And like 60 and 55 at the highest. Kinda. Sort of all over the place. There are so many of them. And I don't know where they are, but they don't seem to do much other than like, I don't know, they move around. Number jumps around. Numbers move around, they go burr. What do you suppose the average temperature is? I mean, it is kind of silly to like average all the numbers. But we could add them all up, average them all together to get some amalgamation. Is this useful for anything? No, probably not. It should be noted, however, that there's a distinct difference between some of these. Like, some of them are around 26, 26, 27, 26. So these are somewhat correlated. And then we got a few that are like 35. Those are maybe somewhat correlated. And then we got some more that are like 30 something. So obviously all of the temperatures that are like 30 something, 35 something, these are somewhat related to like some sort of ambient, some sort of semi-ambient. And then everything that's like above that, all the like, I don't know, all the 45s, the 55s, some of the 60s. These are more like high temperature class. Direct temperatures. Well, the direct temperatures. So we sort of have like 3 different tiers of temperatures. We have like near ambient, We have mid-ambient. And then we have package temperatures. So I think if I bucket them such that all the ambients are like averaged together, or maybe calculated with like average, let's say mean and max. Mean and max of each category, then maybe we can cut down on the number of temperatures, or I could just ignore like CPU temperatures, or I could maybe have like, I don't know, the current maximum temperature device. Which would probably always be the CPU. Maybe. I don't know. Could just average all the CPU temperatures. Watching the rustiest of videos. Gasp. Very highly rusty. Here's an idea. We do check things periodically, so we could like sensor display mode true, and then every, where's this thing, 5 seconds, sensor display mode not sensor display mode. So we have a flag. And then we can use this to grab the sensor name. Or the output can break. Well, that's fine too. I have to call string on this. No, that just breaks everything. Why are you broken? Why are you broken? What did I do to you? To work. Bounce. All those. Or do you not like the names of things? Is it not called name? Thought it was called name. Fan. Name. Label? It could be a label. Stegosaurus. 21. Has primed the message or the subscription. E, and thank you. Also, hello and welcome to Comrade Soul. Sneaking in the midst of... God damn it. I keep hitting the wrong keybind. And it's messing me up. Again. The whole purpose of this project was supposed to get, like, processes and keybinds unified, so I didn't do that. But no. But no. This is not the case. Label. I have no idea what it's doing, other than the fact that it is breaking. That is not promising. I guess this is partially because global sensor display mode. Calibration. I don't think we want calibration. It tells me what the sensor names are. Some of them are really long. Sensors. With an S. Truly. Temperature sensors. We cannot censor with a C the temperature. That wouldn't make very much sense now, would it? Hide the temperatures from the chat. E. Some of these do kind of change here. Very, could make it swap between them. That might be interesting. We have it like scroll between things. Also, I think we might need to like. I think we might need to like get the labels, cause I don't know what some of these are. This CPU aux EIN ECI agent 0 calibration 55. I don't think we want temp 8. Because if it's calibration, that sounds not like actual useful data. So I'm just going to yeet temp 8 from the list. Alright, what else do we got here? Composite. Chipset temperature. CPU. This is CPU temperature? VRM. I like how VRM is 0. And T underscore sensor is -40. Clearly they did not hook those up to anything. I'm curious if, I don't know, if these are like composite temperatures of like other stuff up here. Because we got this here is 54. This is like CPU temperature. And maybe one of these other ones is close to that, given the fact that it's kind of... Okay, maybe it isn't. I don't know. I don't know if it makes sense, though. Explaining? As far as which one is which? No? I have no clue. Because this is very much specific to, like, the motherboard itself. And you can't expect anyone to tell you where on your motherboard the different sensors are located. There's names, there's labels. That's about the best documentation I have, is the labels. But other than that, not so much. But it looks an awful lot to me like I could pull most of the data that I want from the NCT 6798 chip thing, as opposed to like the Asus EC, because that looks like it sort of duplicates some information. Because this thing has temperatures that look like they are close to the CPU. And these look like they might be close to, like, the chipset. So other than the chipset fan, I don't know if I care about these other values either. Well, these look like they have more precision. I could be wrong, but that's kind of what it looks like. I got prefix something. Can we do if s dot name in temp No. In. If we do length. Length of name is greater than 3. Continue. 0? It's not a very good way of skipping it. It's not the most readable blob of text. Yeah, it seems an awful lot like the values here. I don't know. These ones are all rounded to integers. And they might be related to some of the ones over here, which are a little bit more precise. I think. So with that in mind, I think we're going to get rid of all of the temperatures from this thing and pull them off of the NCT 6798 thing. Also, if I want different pages, I'm gonna have to probably restructure how the hell I factor in all this stuff. Yeah. So if we do censor pages, what would this look like? We probably want maybe an array of device names per page. Let's be an array, one array per page. So maybe something like this. And then I think we might also want to grab that address value. So Tell me which one it is. We have 2 NVMEs, for example. So we could tell them apart with like 124, so we'll give them address. And then probably we want the values on board. Maybe? So maybe this would be an array. E. Let's see, I should have that, and then... And then we'd grab this thing. I could make this none. Just ignore that. Grab all the fans. And then we want to grab some of these temperature sensors. I think 2 is like kind of like the CPU looking things. So I might group that together with the others. So you're gonna be all of those. You are gonna be the last 3 of those. And the CPU temperature sensors. It is, in fact, the May of the Suck. Gasp. We cram all the fans on the page 1? I don't know. Yeah. The dealy. People actually say dealy? Maybe. The story today is all about sensors. Computer sensors. We must sense the values. We must sense them. And we will display them as numbers on the screen, at the top of the screen. At least when I'm in Sway. This is the this is the current like sub project. Cannot read them. They're not really related to the VM. They're just kind of there. Just being kind of something or other. Something or other for me to look at. You can also watch them on the stream, I guess, maybe. What is this one called? Chipset. Yeah, so we have to change. We have to change all of these. So. I think I might pre-process all of these a little bit better. So we have the chips. You can be a list comprehension. Because we're gonna need to go through all of those. Now we're gonna go through each page in the sensor pages. And then I think what we will do here is so we have a section in the page, in the range for each section. I'm gonna call this thing a page, and each page has one of these sections. So section 0, section 1. This is like the device prefix. You are device address or none. No fan speeds. Gasp. And then usually list of feature name. Feature name. The lost art of the fans. So I'm gonna search through the array of like chips. I want to find the chip that matches like the current parameters. So section 1 is none. We want to find, you know, the first one that matches, basically. So I'll use, is it chip? What do we call this? Prefix? Current chip. It's gonna be chip. Break. Maybe there's a better way of doing this. I don't know. Else. Prefix, and we want address. And if current chip is none, continue. Cannot spell continue for some reason. Very eek. And then we want to find all the sensors in the current chip. Is that kinds? It's going to be section 2. Then let's see, I think we want the index. Index. Because instead of building a new list with all the different features in it, I think what we will do is we're going to take kinds Maybe I do need to make a new list. Delicious chips. And we just need some dip. Maybe. Some nice crunchy dip for the chip. Maybe. On section 2, we're going to replace that with the list that we build. Sensor display page. Oops. Well, now instead of making it binary, we'll make it a number, and then if display page is greater than or equal. I don't know how it would end up greater than. It's called pages, right? Yes. Page is going to be sensor pages. The current page. And then we're going to have to do something to that. Section 2 should be the sensor features, I think. Mm-hmm. Let's see, did I get everything? I got all the pages, I got all the sections. We supposedly search for the sensors of the varieties. Build lists. I guess we could get label. Which at this rate, maybe we should do format string. Maybe. That's how you do a format string, right? I haven't done one of those for a while. Or do we need... what's it called? Little bracket thingies. Incomplete. E, F, D. Three? Three is a good number. Yiffy. They're not a number? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if it breaks. Yeah, it broke. That's what I thought. You know what would help is if you actually ran this. Oops, I missed a comma. List indices. $95. Oops. Forgot commas. We forgot the evil commas. Well, now it's not displaying anything at all. That's I guess it's better than displaying error. Not what I want. Obviously not what I want. Why is it empty though? Why are you empty though? You should be prefix. I might have to debug this. Oh, not you. The other one. It looks like it has an extra, like, extra layer to it. Almost. Did we type this in wrong? They all look very similar. Or no, that's just part of the debug display. Yeah. So we are finding, or we are going through all the sections. Be like, okay. How about current chip? You're like, okay. How about the section after processing? It does that. Error. So many error. Let's see, where's the little status? Not enable socket since wait. Well, maybe we do that then. Nah. Someone incredibly very helpful. Where are you going wrong? Probably in... If it's getting the display, then it's probably in check sensor. Perhaps. It was an amalgamation of yuck. Do we have to lift these? Wait, sensor list doesn't exist anymore. Eee. Oh, yeah. I swear, I do some of the silliest things sometimes. The most ridiculous things sometimes. Alright, that looks more sane. Completely and totally overlook what should be obvious, but really isn't. Sometimes it's not obvious. We're gonna get rid of these silly print statements. They're messing everything up. So now we'll just cycle through those. It's not the most readable thing ever, but it does what I want it to, at least. It is a little bit difficult to pick out the, the actual values. What if we formatted it different? Equals. Equals a good number, right? Fans are still kind of all over the place. No. Yeah, I could make this a little bit more, I don't know, configurable. Maybe? We'd have maybe 2 extra parameters here. Or no. Maybe 1 parameter here. And then maybe we can add another layer of indirection to each of the page objects. Am I getting lost in the sauce yet? Tis the shy assassin. Hello and welcome. Yeah, now we don't want to do page. We want to do page 1 E. Because I want to put a value here, which is a roadrunner. Hello, hello. The sad happy Nora? Why has the happy Nora actually become sad Nora? This is not good. This is not going to be good. Why are we sad Nora today? Why is ad break at this time? Why are we E? Why are we E? Why are we E? Do you know why we are E? 'Cause I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Section values. We have section 2 else. Very else. Alright, so we want to make it so that one of these displays label, and one of these doesn't display label. Yeah. So now you should just display numbers. It can be label, fans, thermal, and then you can be CPU, and you can be NVMe. Or maybe it can be disk. Misspells disk. Oh no. Oh no. Temp. Page 0 item, which should be a string. Means I don't need the little space. Spin, spin, spin. Out. Very out. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's good. It's also kind of a lot more compact than it was. I could probably move this over or something. We can make this smaller. Just a little bit of yaya. Hello and welcome. Let's make it 500 pixel. I think I might move the active output over here. 500 pixel is still kind of 420. Best number of pixel. I don't know if I would say that I'm doing particularly well today. I got something to keep me kind of sort of busy, but like... Oh, yeah. With the triangle. There's a stray circle, triangle, stray triangle somewhere. Why does everyone keep calling it disk space? And the physical thingy is the shape of a cereal bar. This is a good question. This is a good question. You know what this calls for? Something evil. It's not quite what I had in mind. It is not quite what I had in mind. No, indeed, we have a switch. So we have this command called htparm. And if we execute this, let's see, there should be something which is like get drive temperature. H, capital H. Delve SDA. It's not that we want stats. What we really want is get current temperature. And then I take the microphone and we put it over here. And then not block size. It's too fast. Why you read more disk? Not enough disk. Enough of that. How do you turn you off? Nice and quiet. Too many quiet. Not the timings. This read timing is going to do random seek. Device read timings. I wonder what random seek would be. Now let's try that. Yeah. E. Too much E. I go back to sleep. I wouldn't actually call it to be like super quiet. Like it's not bad, but the spindle has this like really low frequency hum. It drives me insane when it spins up. And I don't like the low frequency. It's not a good time. The paste bin. Guess you'll have to use GitHub. Gist. Or maybe some other paste website. I know there's at least 3 of them. Hack the mainframe. Yeah, I've heard some pretty noisy drives, and these are decently quiet as far as drives go. You can definitely hear it spin up, but like... it's not the loudest thing. I've had louder drives in the past, actually, come to think of it. But I don't necessarily want the drives to be loud. Quiet is good. Because I have some of these in like my other system and they're running all the time and I don't know, I can hear them clicking and clacking away whenever something seeks. But like, they're not bad. Well, they do okay. They do fine. Alright, we got sensors again. Making weird noises. Weird noises, not the weird noises. We're gifting everybody the sums. Now everyone's gonna come out of the woodwork, be like, E. I didn't say it earlier, but thank you, by the way, as always. So now that we got sensors, Ugh, time for the next sub-project. I need process. A process list. We need process list. Process. System processes. I don't really want sub-process. Oh, what about CPU usage? That's running. SUtil? And we get PSUtil. PSUtil gives CPU RAM. Do I have that installed? Probably not. Oh, we do. Gasp. Gasp. Okay, that's just too easy then. What do we need here? CPU count? 24? That's pretty healthy. Percent? 10? That's a good number. Give me all the things. Okay, how about disk usage? You do disk usage? Oh, I need part path. Disk partitions. List. I was expecting this to be hard or something. But it just gives it to me. Net IF stats. Are these objects? ENP5S0. Count. I don't know what the argument is. Well, this might give me what I want if I know what this silly parameter is. Does this have documentation? PS util. CPU. Memory. Virtual memory disks. Network. Net IO counters. IO counters. Per NIC. True. Huh. Lots of bytes. Okay, this has made everything very easy for me. I mean, I still have to format it all, but that seems trivial. Confidential. Import to PS util. And now he wants check sensor. See, I had some things relate to net stats check link check link. Yeah, I guess we'll do this, but instead of all this nonsense, which I definitely do not care about, we will rewrite you. Use PS util, net IO counters per nick, no wrap. And then stats. Or a nick IO something or other. And then we don't use net stats either, do we? Nope, we're gonna make this a string, I think. Again, kind of like we did to the other one. We joined some string of some array of things. So this should have the different nicks. By name. Which I think how were you called? I never remember. ENP5S0. These are like objects of some kind. Do you reread values? No. No, not at all. So we have, what is it, bytes. Bytes receive, bytes sent, ETH. Imagine having ETH. I know kind of why they got rid of ETH. But yeah. I almost miss having ETH. Either Ethernet. Very ether to remember. So we grab this, and then we want... string. Or do we do one of these format strings? Maybe we'll do one of these format strings. Bytes receive. Bytes sent. Some processing is no doubt required. But that is, we'll fix that when we get to it. What do you do? Not stats. Thingy. Takeda, hello. And welcome. And Gomoko. And all those other words. We now have numbers. And more numbers. Not very useful numbers. Now we call this net info, and then we keep net stats. Net stats can be an array. Do I though? Do I though? Yeah. Maybe. Shisai. Shisai hanashimasu. Perhaps. I need more words. I need to learn more words. As always, I am always not very confident in my words. Not info. These will be numbers. All of the numbers. Words do be kind of hard sometimes. Can I save these objects? If this is not in my net stats, then info net stats will equal all of this. All of it. I don't know if words be hard. Lots of words be something. It's just sort of a matter of learning all of them. And there's not enough words. I don't study enough. I never study enough. No, you can be last. You can be her. And then we want, oh, we have all the things activated. I look up and I'm like holographic and translucent and like got all the prisms. Let's see, if we want delta, it should be current minus last bytes. Receive last bytes sent. I am become code. Oops. I want net info. The display line. Yes, these lovely numbers. Well, they're not supposed to go up. I have committed a fatal flaw. Net stats equals Nick IO. Yes, we have to unset them. This is the way. It gives me a delta between then and now. Like so. And then we want this to be maybe in like some number of K or M. Maybe K. I'm not transferring megabytes most of the time, or megabits. Perhaps. So integer divide by 1,000. E. And then we'll put, I don't know, 4 spaces in front of these, maybe. Maybe a comma. This is going to be ne. A megabyte. Because it's a very tiny number. It is kind of a small number. It is in the redemption queue. There's a hydrate in there. Fine. We will drink more water. Gonna have all the water. Oh, I know. You can be. And. Okay. You can be E. Yes, yes, maybe. Oops, wrong button. We need this one. Yeah, which one is which? You should be E. And you should be Ye. E should be receive, and yeet should be send. It should be CPU temp. Change the words there. Eek? Maybe? Eek? Because it is the same length, I guess. Because, very data. And then I think we will make this, like, 4... At least 4. Guess we end up in the megabyte range. Make the field smaller. Maybe not that much smaller. Nothing. Nothing. Thin. Colonoscopy. Hello. Gomoko. I need my other values. Myrrh and burr. Yes, util, give me... And they call it virtual memory? Percent? Are we actually at 10%? Like, how well does this correlate with, like, I don't know, BTOP, for example? We're really using 12 gigabytes. What are we using 12 gigabytes on? Firefox? Firefox? Python? Sway? I'm not using that much on Firefox. Am I? Maybe I am. There's a lot of Firefox. There's a lot of Firefox. There's a lot of Firefox. Oh, that's er, irm, eam. Okay. Well, at least it's accurate. I don't know, do we put that in here? Info. Rock. Alright, so let's see, we got at least 2 of them. I love shoving stuff into random functions. Unsuspicious file. Unsuspicious. It's kind of a meh file. Maybe. Yeah. What is this called? Virtual memory. Percent. Mer. Burr. Innocent. Is it though? Maybe. Yes. Util. CPU percent. 11.9. I guess that's easy. CPU percent. I didn't do it. It's not my fault. Really? Is it F? Pretty close. It's not my fault, I swear. I didn't do it. What if I made them change color? Today's docket is to grab all of the statistics of the system and display them at the top of the screen in the sway bar. So far we have like CPU temperatures, device temperatures, fan RPMs, network statistics, memory and CPU percent, and I'm making CPU percent look nice before we move on to disk storage space. Very disk, very storage, very space. You know, we could change the text color. What if I get rid of the separator on this one? I didn't do much. I have to go over here. False? Okay, that's where on that side. I think it will be false on these two, though. Shake violently. That sounds difficult. Like, not impossible, but difficult. Is it keeping these values or something? It seems like it almost is. Like, what even? Or is it just default? Very object. Duh. It's the object is Russian word for object. It's one of like the 6 Russian words that I know. I find it funny. I'm amused. Not the machina. Alright, how wide do I need to make this to fit nice and comfy next to the eek? It's not really spelled like that if you were to Romanize it, because normally you spell it in Cyrillic. But that is sort of how you pronounce it. That is how you pronounce it, kind of. Kind of, sort of. I don't really think that mur would ever go over 3, but if it does... we could put them like right up against. I have to do 5. I have to count the decimal. I think we have to count the decimal. It's not to rush. Yeah. Very E. Very eek. All right, we got mer. We got burr. We need disk capacity. Which luckily, PS Util conveniently offered me somewhere. Somewhere we have. Oh, there's CPU frequency. What's stats? Context switches, interrupts, times, user, nice system, ARQ. What else do we have in here? Boot time. I guess that would be sort of useful for uptime. Test. Sensors? Fans? You offer me sensors? I mean, we already figured out sensors, but I'm curious. Ay, ay, ay. What are times in percent? Temperature. I already figured out temperatures. We already figured out fans. Slot memory. Process, virtual memory, NetIO, PID exists. NetIF address. So helpful. Disk. We have all the disk stuff. Get load average. Okay. CPU frequency. That's a healthy number. Access denied. No such process. Those are just a bunch of objects. Yeah, I guess other than like with net connections. All the addresses we are connected to. Lovely. Nope, we want, what, disk partitions? Maybe? Let's debug. fast. Disk I/O counters. They don't move much. A lot more writes than there are reads. Because everything is in cache. Literally everything is probably in cache. What if I made a tile that changes color based on disk writes? You are in cache? Maybe? Who knows? Who knows? Let's see, where are you at? Disk. Not enough disk. Yes, you tell. I don't know. Do we do it per disk or should we not? Maybe we do it per disk. Per disk. Truth. That's a lot of numbers. That's a lot of numbers. I don't know what I'm gonna do with all of this. The numbers. What do they mean? I don't know. Disk usage. Disk partitions. Too many partitions. It is fairly decent background music, I would say. ideal for the epic of grabbing values off of discs. Yeah. Alright, what do we need here? We need... Perhaps we need to grab the times. Andor 2. No. I don't think I've seen a movie trailer in ages. I don't usually encounter such things. Typewriter. Maybe. Sounds like something. Sounds like something. I wonder if I can rely on these being in the same order every single time. I mean, they kind of are, but I don't know if I can depend on that. I don't know if it matters. I'm living in the Matrix. I'm living in a drama. A real life drama TV show. Discs. We're living in the database. Wrong thing. Wrong thing. Info. Disk. 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 Disk info. So you will be an array of some sort. Log Horizon Flashback. I might want to rewatch that at some point. It's a good show. I haven't watched it for a while. Info disk equals disks. I think I need more information than this. Maybe I don't. I don't know. Info. Disk info. Clear. For I don't know, thing in disks. Maybe? Let's see, this needs to be a value. Otherwise we cannot do anything. I want... Well, this doesn't account for if disks are added or removed. Never mind. A thing. Oh, this would be two things. This would be what? Name. Disk. Name is in info disk. Or if it's not, continue. Info, disk, grab the name to get the last state of the disk. If the last read count is not equal to the disk read count, then we will do info disk info append. We'll do this at the end. I think we'll push colors. We'll push different colors if the disks are read. I like this song, but I think it's time to go to a different one. Maybe turn it down a little. And then we want idle disk. We could make this, what, green or something? Green is a good value. Right, this is a part that's a little bit complicated. I think what I will do is append an object per disk. It's not like no separator. Text is just going to be, I don't know, blank. Minimum width for background. It's going to be disk. I don't know if it will let me do that or not. But I'm going to try it and see what happens. It broke. Great. if we put something in there. It's not happy. Did I get what? My iteration wrong? I feel like I got something wrong here. It's probably... Ah, can we do this? Too many values. Is that not two? Ju. Do I have to do you? No. Oh, yeah. Got the format wrong. What was it then? Items? Items. Items. Here, get rid of less space. And then it's like not there. Yeah. Sway bar. How do I use you? Sway bar. Sway bar. Protocol. I don't know if I can give it a... Oh, there's an alignment. I think I want to use an alignment for one of my values. Very aligned. If missing, this block will be skipped. What if it's blank, though? Good morning. To the code nightly. Reload? Nope, it does not display anything about short text. Blank. Nope, that doesn't work. I don't think there's a way to get it to display nothing. It is not without... We don't want read count. We want, what is it, write count? Those move around. Occasionally. Occasionally. Don't know if I care for this color. And then I think this needs to be more opaque. Like E. Is this more opaque or is this... Yeah. Slightly more opaque. Which item is this anyway? NVMe 1. I think I want these to be via device, not via partition. What are you? SDA NVMe 0 N1 NVMe 0 N1 and NVMe 1 N1. If name is not in watch disks. Continue. As much as I would love that to update more frequently than that, I think that's sort of a vaguely interesting visual item, maybe? I don't think we want borders on these, though. No border for you. Separator. False. Very false. And then lastly, we need capacity, usage, disk usage. Where do we get this? Usage. Usage is for a path. Yeah, partition. What do you do? Count? I don't know. Okay, what if we take disk usage slash percent 73. Healthy quantity right there. Kind of, sort of. And just divide this by, I don't know, a number. Not the right number. It's such a number. We have used, free, total. And enough totals. It's definitely a total of a number. Or I could just grab the percent. This is allowed, I guess. Maybe. Probably. Most likely. I wonder if it works on network partitions or not. Like, could we use this? Could we get the disk usage of mount Yuki? Kind of. iMedia. It's very number. I could reach across the network to get the storage stats. That'd be kind of freaky. That would be kind of sort of maybe freaky. Possibly. Useful maybe in some way, I don't know. We don't know. I think we might just put this in here. The other systems. Yeah, we can get. You can get the disk usage for like the network drives just by giving it a value. So if we get like this one, for example, total is roughly roughly 2 terabytes. $2 trillion. Close enough. Pretty close. And then you have what? 83 gigabytes? Not as many. Oh, there, E. Prosecute your computer. Objection. I might read disk usage. Check usage. Check usage info. Because this isn't something that we need to have happen all the time. Just occasionally. Just occasionally. Yes, till disk usage. We want slash. I don't know what the hell I just clicked there. Mount. Mount. iMedia. Occasionally. Just every nanosecond or so. Clearly. Take a few hundred nanoseconds to run this script. What we need to know. I don't know, every 5 billion microseconds. It's probably fine. Info disk use. This might be one of those join them all together kind of things. How much of the CPU is spent working out how much CPU is spent? This is truly a mystery. I imagine a healthy amount. Let's see, what do we want? We want values. Actually, disk for disk and disks. Gigs. It's going to be 1024 times 1024 times 1024. You are what? K and M gig. Gig. I don't know if it's gigabytes. So would this be gigs? Maybe? Maybe. It's a good cutoff point, though. I don't know. Don't know. variable for petabytes. I don't have petabytes of storage. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, yeah. Alright, what do I want to do with these values? Whatever do I do with value? You want to be, used. Free? Or maybe free then used? Ratio? Oh. Five. Point. Shoe. Or maybe 6.2. I don't know. Partition? No. No. Where do we put this? I guess this could slot in between eek and burr. This might be a bit of a wider field, I don't remember. The Yoki. One of my disks, one of my subsystems, my computers, has the host name Yuki. Spelled Y-U-K-I. Possible coincidence. Why is this thing unhappy? What did I do? No, it's not. It's a system that I've had for a ridiculous number of years. A very ridiculous number of years. Is it virtual? Where is this thing at, even? I don't know. Working directory. Working directory. Yuki is actually like a virtual machine. VMsys. Where is this? Runs on Cold Fusion. Let's go into the VMsys for the Yuki partition here. Oh no, when was this? Created? Yeah, trust created. Need modify. This file has a date modified of 2014 and a date created of 2016. I don't see anything wrong with it other than it being possibly. Okay, that's a little bit weird. So I'm willing to guess that the virtual machine was probably actually built in 2014 and then copied around between 2016. Because I remember having a hard drive fail at one point. So I'm willing to bet the virtual machine in question is probably 11 years old. So the Yuki system is very. It's kind of. I've had it for a while. The host name. Can we SSH to? If I could type. And it's the host name. Where are you? You don't even have host name. It predates host name. The hosts file, which is from July 2014. February 13th? I don't know if I trust some of these numbers. Some of them might be from an install thingy. An image. Hosts, however, I'm pretty sure I edited hosts to set that. So that'd probably be the most accurate thing. Because some of these times are probably from the install. Capital host name. That's probably the thing I'm looking for. Again, July 2014. So, a bit of an old video, virtual machine. The Yuki VM is Slackware 13 or 14, I don't remember. I do not recall. Nope, let me out of terminal mode, son. Go back over here, E. Disk. Very disk. Alright, why do you not work? Or do you work and I just don't know? Nope, it's not in there. I never called this. Check usage. I did call it. But why is it empty? No. This thing breaks too easily. It's hard to make sense of it. Good morning. Hello. Welcome. Argentina is a long way away. Very, very. At least I think so, anyways. This seems an awful lot like it's not doing the thing. It's not displaying anything at all. A white 2262. This is... That's a bit of a distance. That is a bit of a distance. Why does this not go? Why do you not go? Wait, if we disable the control signal, doesn't run that. So these aren't quite the same as the sense weight. They're different. I'm not even running the code that I want to test. Not all arguments are converted. Okay. It's always the sort of simple-ish things. It's never like... It's not usually like some complicated thing. It's always like, oh, I forgot to use all my format arguments. Or I forget to do some housekeeping thing. Or some nonsense like this. So we'll just slap some G's on it, and then it could be GG. GG, no re. A very big disk. Very lots of disk. I might get rid of the extra decimal, though. I don't think it's helpful. Unless maybe the disk is like, I don't know, the small one. Then maybe. The small one, maybe. The Neovim. It took me a little bit. Like, I did kind of like check out one of like distributions as like a starting reference point, but I customized quite a bit of it. It can take some doing. Is there a line? There's a line in the overlay thingy. I don't want that line there. border right. Separator block width. Zero. Disk usage. 0. Get the little spaces the right way. Probably. Not that you can see it very much. The quick fix lists. Sometimes I use the quick fix. Sometimes I use... I don't know. Usually if I have like an LSP running, I'll use the quick fix list for some things via like the references. But I have this other... I have a couple of other like utilities. Like if we go into, I don't know, a project such as like, I don't know, my OBS, Twitch stuff, it's Twitch. I'll go to like some file, for example. I have a plugin called, what's it called? Telescope. And it gives me convenient lists of things. Like we can grab symbols. Like I could find a symbol for, I don't know, actions. Jump there. I could get a list of references to things. And then we could get, I don't know, files. Find all the files. The exec code for scripts, for example. And this lets me like jump around between different things, kind of, sort of. Or if I want to find like all of the uses of this variable, so that we can go to each one and like fix it. This is a quick fix list. Like it's auto-populated for me. So that's somewhat helpful. I don't usually manage the lists myself. Maybe I could, I don't know. If I have to jump around between places, then I'll either go forward and back or I'll explicitly set marks sometimes. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't know. Depends on what I'm doing. I manage. I get by okay. Where was it? It was looking at disk usage. I think I would use marks. They trip me up less than trying to figure out harpoon. Not that other things don't. For example, I have a telescope thing that switches between buffers. This is usually how I move between my buffers. Usually. But I also have the Tmux. And sometimes my brain is like, oh, you pressed the Tmux hotkey. to move between things. And I'm like, no, wait. So I go to one of the built-in NeoVim terminals. I'll be stuck in terminal mode. And I'm like, I want to switch buffers. And then I hit the Tmex buffer key. And then I'm like, no, wait, that's not right. So I'll press control, what's it called? And then my key prompt mess ends up going to the NeoVim terminal instead of not in the terminal. And I'm like, no, that's not what I meant to do. So sometimes there's too many layers. And I get lost in the layers. I don't know what. Format. Usage. Value. Run screen. In screen. That's very deep. What's the one do? Divide by gigs. And value is greater than... I don't know. 100? I know, greater than 10. What do we want you to be? Something. I know, point 0.1f. Else if value I don't know, do we want value bigger than something else? Bigger than 100? Else, I will do 0.2 gigabytes. Too many gigabytes? Another plus. Lest I have more complications. Alright, let's see if you break. No. No, it's good. It's kind of good. Sort of. It's acceptable. Don't know which one is which entirely, but I can sort of guess. Kinda, sorta. Disk use. Gonna be floof. No, not that. You reload. SSH over SSH? You know, I've had to do that before. I had to SSH over SSH over SSH. Usually at that point, though, I'm just like, no, this is silly. We're just gonna use port forwarding. Let's wait, SSH, a TCP port with SSH, and then I can SSH through the forwarded port, and then I don't have that problem. As long as I have the other session on a different terminal, it's fine. It's fine. There was once when I had to, like, I don't know, route SSH like 2 or 3 levels deep. Because I was trying to, like, proxy into something or other. I don't remember. It was trippy, though. It was very deep. Very extremely deep. I mean, this is nice and all that we have what's it called? All these data. We now have all of these delicious data. But we need the last most important-ish thing. I need processes. The process, what is it, PIDs? Do you give me all of them? Process iterator. Can we, like, grab item 0, for example? Maybe. There's so many. Alright, what is 0 in this list? System D, that's not a very good example. I have at least 88 processes, right? No, maybe 20 something. I don't know. What do these do? Can I get... What can we get from this? We get a lot of things, apparently. But all I care about is the parent process ID. We care about the current process ID and the parent process ID. Okay, this is PID is an int. Parent process ID is a function that gives me an hint. SSH through the office to get to your laptop from home. Why not home? We have SSH at home. The SSH at home. That sounds like some delicious SSH. Okay, I have a way to get processes. Lovely. PS util is way too convenient. What the hell? I thought this would be difficult or something. Get all processes. Do we care about this? No, we don't. We care about only space. No, we don't. Do I care about regular expression? Well, we still have a regular expression in here. My disk block isn't quite the right. It's not quite the right size. Net info, I think we're gonna align right. Or maybe we center net info. I don't know. Center? And then we can center burr and mer. Very E. That sounds very complicated. Like at that point, I would probably just write a script or something that gives me SSH connections. Too many levels. Too deep. You know, I know that they're gigabytes. You maybe know that they're gigabytes. Let's get rid of the gigabyte marker. Maybe. Maybe. Very, greetings to you, demoniac. Welcome, welcome. No, I swear that one triangle is moving. Standing desk enjoyer. Is this true? Is you demoniac a standing desk enjoyer? Very useful. Sometimes. Standing desks. They may or may not be. I'm gonna get rid of this block width. Oops. I'll get rid of it. Set it to 0. We're standing. Standing. We will not stand for this. Or maybe we will. You never know. Maybe we shall prevail. Okay, that is... Why is it when we put a border on them, they act very awkward? Very eek. Just put like Unicode 20B. That didn't help. Maybe it did, I don't know. Yeah. I keep forgetting what I was doing. Processes, processes, processes. Where are the processes? Processes? I might make a debug field so I can just like... Is that this one? No, that's like CPU or something. Let's rename this to CPU. And then we will actually make one for proc. And then we would put this over here. Over here. To do the thing. Alright, what do we need to look at here? We need the current... something or other. We need the current window process, which is something I need to coax out of the sway protocol. And I don't remember if we grabbed that or not. Workspace, container, window, PID. Active window. So active window is an object, which you might be able to use to grab PID. What do we have here? Window info. Win info. String PID. So now you can see which process is highlighted. Yippee! These different processes. No, but these are. Kind of. Kind of. Kind of, sort of. Alright, now I want to find... I don't know, what's it called? if active window PID. What is the type of the PID? I should use wrapper on it. That way if it's stringy. Oh, it looks numbery. It looks very numbery. Yes, utils. Whatever that thing was called. Process iter. Process iter. Very iter. And what do we want? We want I don't know, proc. What can we get out of a proc? Info? Running? Is running? CPU percent? Memory info? Name? Maybe name. Parents? Oh, that's not half bad. That's kind of almost useful. Maybe, sort of, except the fact that it's not quite. Not quite what we need. EXE. Access denied. Proc name. Process iterator. Let's get a fresh list then. As you can see, we have some nice leveling. Delicious things such as Neovim, Rust Analyzer, Bash, or Neovim, Isolated Web Go, Slag, Firefox, Getty, MageTV, Sifs, Bash, Login, Bash, SSH. But what do we care about here? But what do we actually care about? I think we went to like the direct, I don't know, the direct child process of whatever the active window is. Maybe. So we want. I think I want to get the parent process ID and process in a group. Hopefully that doesn't explode. And then if parent process is equal to the window process, what is it called? Info prop is going to be process 1 name break. Alright, let's see if this does anything besides break. Kind of maybe broke. I don't know. The window is not none. This exists. Nope, still kind of broken. It breaks. It's not supposed to break. You're not supposed to break. How dare you? How dare you break on me? Probably if I had to guess, something related to the parent process ID. Lifetime knowledge? I don't know. It's sufficient. It gets me by. Yes, but this breaks all of the process list. Process. Understand simple example. Maybe? If it's actually as simple as you allude to, then maybe? I gotta put together this append line first. Of course, you also would have to give me the example. So maybe I'd be waiting on that. I have to guard the type here as well. I don't know. Let's try that. Nope, it froze. Why are you broken? Active window. PID. What are you? Class int. Really? Are you really class int? Is it name? Maybe it's name. Oh, don't pass. Info proc equals error. Very class int. Nope, it broke again. Why? 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 I'm gonna try out here. That will make it go, right? No. Just indented wrong. What do we have here? We have paste. We have error. My thing has error. This works. T indicates that they are. What do we have? It's very bright. It's very bright. Why do I not have the thing that makes it darker? Darkify this site. How do you... Alt Shift A. Nice darkness. Thank you. We have here, what do we have here? We have T indicates they are of the same of the type. What are we questioning here? The element. How we know that? How's we Rust know that element is connected to the vector? The vector. The vector. What's this? What's this silliness with the semicolon? Formatting looks sus. Is this a paste fail? Or is this just some graph fail? I don't know. If we ignore the semicolons for but a moment, then what do we have here? What do we have here? T indicates they are of the same type. Truly, truly, yes, yes. How does Rust know the element is connected to the vector? T is replaced by string reference. It's not generic, it gives a lifetime error. It's if, is it if T. Does it actually work though? Do we don't? Let's see, where is an editor? Life. It's not actually life, but it is life, kind of, sort of, cargo, onions. Build thing, maybe, run. Yeet. Paste. Unpaste. Alright, we have text. We have weird formatting that needs to be eviscerated. Yes, maybe. Why are all these semicolons in here? I don't know. So yeah, if we put this here, and we will in fact put this here, then you will notice the vector takes on a type. The type inference, which shows up in this editor as like these little grayed out things, tells you what type it is. Type of this vector is a vector of string reference. The reference, though, has an implicit lifetime attached to it. So another way of writing this is that this string here has a string of lifetime A. We don't really necessarily designate the A, but you could think of it almost as having a lifetime of A. So every string you push into the vector has to have a suitable lifetime. So we have some, like, maybe other string. It has to have another suitable lifetime. This is because the type of the elements is being inferred instead of given. Kind of have I don't know, some implicit thing where it's like inferring from this type specifier A. This is actually a reference to A, but not quite. Sort of. Kind of, sort of, maybe. And then you are also A. And then it is assuming that the lifetime of the vector, which you've passed in, has to elide or live longer than the strings. If we put the vector up here, well, then that's one thing. But if we put the strings inside of a block, well, then suddenly they don't live long enough. They get dropped because the strings need to outlive the vector. It's the reason we can push references to the strings is because we can infer that the strings will live at least as long or longer than the vector. We cannot make this guarantee, then we can't infer anything, and then the strings fall out of scope, which would be kind of not great. I think we need to put you in here. Or maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, if we use the vector inside the block where the strings exist, then we know that they exist and all is good. But if we try to use the vector outside the list, the strings are dropped, but they're still needed by the vector. So if we put the strings inside of a block like this, at the end of it, we have to implicitly drop the vector because we're also dropping the strings which are borrowed by the vector. Which is kind of yikes. But the way it knows is because if you give it a generic type, the generic type, this is one of those weird quirks of Rust's type system. Lifetimes are types. Lifetimes are part of the type system. And they're also sort of like implied. So if you specify a type, and the type happens to be inferred as reference to string, it has a lifetime attached to it. Anytime you see a reference to something in a type signature, it implies a lifetime. Now if we did something like pointer constant, I think. I think we could maybe do that, possibly. Then we would have pointer constant string Now we have a vector of pointers. Pointers in Rust. They don't have lifetimes. Which are very different. References always have lifetimes. Pointers, they don't have lifetimes. This does something a little fun if you print it. It gives you pointers. Pointer values. Pointer values are totally safe as long as you don't, like, dereference them. By the way. But lifetimes, they have references. They are references and lifetimes, they stick together. Lifetimes are always attached to references. However, this is not true of static. So we do string. You have leak. If we leak the strings, now we have a bunch of, like, mutable strings. But what we can do with them is we can force them. Force them using force to be static. It's not really force, but it's kind of force. It doesn't tell you that they're static, but they're static. Once you make the lifetime static, it's static. If we don't have the static, it's still kind of implied to be static. However, took the string and we just borrow it, it would get dropped because this lifetime is not static. I don't think you could static borrow a string like this. Maybe you can't, I don't know. No, you cannot. I don't think we can put that there. So you can't really imply it. Maybe we don't need to put that there. I don't know if I'm being helpful at all. I'm just sort of messing with strings at this point. Do I need these? I feel like I don't need these. We don't need these. So we can leak strings, and leaking them gives me static lifetime strings. And that's all fine and good. Something else you can do, maybe? Maybe. would be to like borrow a string in place. Meh. Maybe it will let me do this if I can type correctly. Let's go back to the somewhat borrowed strings. This one doesn't live long enough. These are borrowed by variables. The meth string. This is another interesting thing. You can borrow during the let statement, and that will still keep objects alive. So, like, this also works. You don't necessarily have to borrow when you push things. I could even, I don't know, borrow this immutably. Take other string and, like, I don't know, add something to it. Like, oof. But we can't put the oof afterwards, because if we push the copy of it, it gets immutably borrowed implicitly. Which is extra oof. And you wouldn't want that. However, we could put this after the print, because at that point, it sees that the vector could be implicitly dropped, because it's not used anymore, so it will drop the vector at this point. And then the object in question lets you mutate the string again. Yes, yes, yes. So you can almost think of the vector as living all the way from here to here, and it goes away. And then the other string is still alive here. And then once you leave this block, the other string goes away. It is reasonably smart. I'm not going to say it's that great, but it does okay. Another thing is that it can figure out whether or not you are using a given object across, like, loop iterations. And then the loop can, like, it can, like, it figures out whether or not something lives and dies during an iteration of a loop, depending on which path you took. Which is another interesting-ish thing here. Because let's say we have a value is false, and then if we have a value, then very else. So if we have a value, then we'll push the other string, else we will not. I don't know if it's that good at this or not. But if we put this here... I can't figure it out. But if we put it in here, where the control flow diverges, it knows for a fact that other string is not borrowed, so it will let you, like, do that. Prefer for sleep? I don't know. Honestly, I would prefer now for sleep. But I'm still awake. I'm not tired. Why am I not tired? I'm supposed to be tired? E? Not enough E. Anyway, that's... I don't know. If you have more questions, then, like... I could try more explanation. But that's an okay-ish amount of things, sort of, maybe. That's helpful. I need to figure out what this error is that I'm getting. Error in my program. Error of my program. What are you? What are you? Maybe it's process. Maybe some other process. I don't know. Process name. I don't think that would be it. What if it's name? Name might be a thing. I didn't think about that. Could be oof. Int. I think we've established that it is int. Does error? Don't need that. We do maybe need error. Maybe we need details of error. Maybe I just can't get the name. CB double differentiate. Chibi Saka is a lot shorter. Like a lot. Well, it's gonna be one of these. Which one is it? About string? There, yeah, terminal. What is it? System. Import sys exec info. None. Try raise exception. Accept pass. Print. We have class exception, the exception, trace back. Maybe I can get some more info from this. Maybe I can't, I don't know. We import sys? Of course we do. System exception info item 1. Yes, utils is not defined. This is not the error I would. Ay, goodness. Ay, goodness. Well, now it's just straight up blank. Why are you blank? Let's just fuse these together. This is ridiculous. Alright, if we put them together. It's very time consuming. Maybe we make it like update more frequently. Much more frequently. Where did we put that? Where did we put you? We just kind of stuck you here. Chuck. Rock. Why do I keep doing this? So many colons. So many semicolons. How cruel must the semicolons be? What does the process mean here? Bash. Bash. So much bash. Some hydroid. Some hydrolyte. What's the hydrolation? Nothing but that. Or maybe not anything, but I don't know. A yummy water, though, maybe. Because that's sure not to cause me any grief later on. Socket process. Bash. How deep do you suppose I would have to go? To find the process of interest. Omega. Omega. Janet Akar. Sounds like a name that I've heard from Lotus. I wonder if Lotus is responsible for this. Hello and welcome. Hello, greetings and welcome to the great menu process of Janetta. I suppose this is a possible interpretation. The Mesaka is clever. The Mesaka hears things, and I may or may not have lurked once or twice. I keep an eye out sometimes. Sometimes. What perhaps might you have been up to today? Perhaps. What does this thing tell me? Vibe coding. Survival horror. Survival of the horror. Did we do? I don't think we did. We need shout outs. This is important, truly. Yes. Absolutely. I'm doing silly thing with like processes today. Have a go. E? Sub gift, yikes. Yikes. Well, have a good day. To anyone sticking around and curious, who's not strapped in ad break hell right now. The boys. The boys be boydin'. The boys is government drones. Clearly. Not really. Not really. Well, I don't know how much people can see it, but up at the top of the screen we have a status bar called the Way Bar. Sway bar? Sway. It is Sway bar. It is part of the Sway desktop. Maybe I explain this after the ad break. I don't know. Because I'm probably going to have to again anyways. Thanks for that, Twitch. Thanks for making everybody wait. And for anyone who is not stuck waiting for ads, to watch me stare awkwardly. Six seconds. Lucky. Too lucky. Stare. Stare? If I stare, do you think the raid people stick around to find out what we're doing to the Sway bar? Oh no? What have you done? You have chibi. You have chibi me. The chibi stare is real and intense. Oh wait, the ads are over. Normal view, please. Alright, to anyone who hasn't been stared or scared away, I was waiting for the ad break to end so I could give my explanation without being interrupted by, save 15% or more by switching to Gecko. Anyways, today's adventure is just me customizing my Linux system a little bit with some very elaborate script. And so I use a desktop environment called Sway. This is the Wayland flavor equivalent of another desktop called i3. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you haven't. It's a Linux thing. Very. I hope people are acquainted with desktops in some way. So it is the sway. It's part of it's a Wayland thingy. And it has this thing at the top of it. Optionally, which I happen to want, called the sway bar. Which is kind of like a status bar of sorts, of flavors. And you can put anything you want in the sway bar. You can put process icons because it behaves like the tray. It shows me like the current active workspaces on the current monitor. And I also put some other data in here. Business email of inquiries. I mean, technically, maybe. Probably. I would say it would be, what's it called? The Gmail. I don't usually tell people about my email address. I make people work for it. Because I'm evil like this. If you go to the GitHub page and you clone any repository and you get the Git history then of any project, you would find my email address. Inconvenience? Slightly. Silliness? Extra slightly. Ultimate anti-spam. Instead of me being like, oh, it's this at gmail.com. Clearly. This at gmail.com. You know, anti-spam, be real. For real, for real. Typically, though, I tend to avoid, I don't know, I don't do a whole lot of business. I don't have a lot of free time. I tend to, like, keep myself very, very busy. Liquid cake at localhost. Where's the modem sound when I need it? Anyways, I'm working on the sway bar. Make it look pretty. Make it look silly, but also useful. So previously we have had date and time. That one. That would be the one. Thank you for the bits, by the way. Very greatly appreciate, as always. So I've had date and time. I've have outputs. It is kind of hiding the bar a little bit, but the bar is also tiny. Maybe, perhaps, just this once for you. We will find where's my screen overlay thingy? Make this nice and small-ish, maybe, probably. Find the part of the screen of interest. Which is the bar. And then we will this bigger or smaller? One of those two? I don't know. I don't know. We're going to put a zoomed in close-up of the bar on the screen. Kind of covers my face a bit. But we want this for explanations. You can also see the Miku cursor up close. The zoom? Well, I have this lovely little application, which you may have heard of, called OBS. And it captures my screen and composites lots of parts of the stream together. It's you know, you can do lots of stuff. Like we can move this around. Yeah. You could move me around. You could zoom me in all the way. OBS is wonderful. And so if you look at the bar in question, stare. On the right we have like tray icons. Here we have Discord. Then we have date and time, which have been there. And then we have the current output device. So the current output device is like which display the cursor is currently on. So the main cursor, or the main display here is HDMI A1. The other screen is DP2. It just tells me which screen the cursor is on, which screen is active. This is a need to know at all times. Next to this we have something that we built today. This is the thermal and fan status page. This, every 5 seconds, switches between the different sensors available in the computer. So we have temperature of literally everything. We got CPU temperatures. We got NVMe temperatures. We got fan speed. And the RPMs. And then if we go over here, the cryptic yeet and eek text is just a fun little names for a network bandwidth. Just Ethernet traffic in bytes. So we have bytes out, bytes in. And then next to this we have disk space. How much floof the disks are taking up. So the one on the left, this is my local NVMe. And then the other two are network drives. And then burr, CPU go burr, so it's CPU percent. Mer is memory. See, memory go mer. And then the thing we are experimenting with right this second, which is on the end here, is like the active window process ID and like whatever is running under the active window process. The goal here is to find out if the current active window is running tmux or NeoVim. So we have to go a few processes down until we find one of those, or until we don't. And then on the very far left, this is the active workspace ID. So if we go to workspace 2, it's E2. If we go to E3, it's E3. If we just keep adding workspaces, eventually we'll run out, maybe. Maybe we won't. I don't know. Spin, 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 spin. Oh, I broke it. Lovely. Can I be not huge anymore? That would be great. Can you make me not? Yeah. Nice and not huge. Why is it broken? Why have you exploded today? And then we will hide this from view. Okay. So my bar crashed again. It failed to parse because it probably threw an exception somewhere, and then you know how it goes. Or maybe you don't. Yeah, instead of like throwing errors randomly, I think we need to catch the errors. Which we were kind of doing over in the process thing. So if we make another field for exception, I mean, the code is supposed to suck. That's the whole point. If you want a good code, you would not write Python. Yes, probably. You would not nest your Python 6 and 7 level deep. I mean, hell, this entire program is a hack. And I know it. It's a delicious, terrible, awful hack. And that's why we love it. Because it's awful. It wouldn't be entertaining if it wasn't awful. If it didn't break all the time, it would be boring. It'd be like, oh, it works. Time to go home. But because it breaks, because it explodes, we have the delicious debugging. Is it not wonderful? Rust and Zig have a lot of indentation levels. My Rust code tends to have, like, I don't know, a ton. Sometimes it even goes like 9 levels deep or more. And I'm like, I really don't want to break this out into a function. I don't think it's necessarily because of the functional stuff. I think it's more because, like, I don't know, just the formatting, the canonical formatting of things like everything that you need. Because let's say you have an implementation and then you have a function definition. That's like 2 levels. And then maybe you throw in a loop. And then maybe your loop has a match statement inside. And then maybe you need to do a block. A match statement adds 2 levels. Just one for the match, one for each block. You can't win. And then maybe you put an if statement in your match. If you're keeping count so far, that's what? 2, 3, 5, 6? You're already 6 levels deep and you haven't even called a function yet. Honestly, if you want your Rust code to be not super deep, then I would say you would actually want to embrace functional stuff. Chain your functions together. Use map and filter and unwrap then or unwrap or all those what's it called and thens and then. I don't know if that's really going to contain the full extent of everything or not, but it might help. Speaking of levels of indirection, technically I could move some more of this stuff. Some more of this stuff. Part of the problem why this is so ridiculous is because we have this with, and then we have this while, and then we have this if, and this else. Honestly, I wish the with block were kind of not so obnoxious. You know, I could put the block outside of event chan. Event chan. Yeah, why am I putting this in here? Let's just put the view. I don't even need to do that either. We could put that in there and that in there. And then call event chan with the view. And then we can get rid of all of that. Enable status could probably be like slightly removed. I don't know if we're gonna get rid of enable status or not, but that helps a little bit. Well, it's just a tiny bit, not a ton. Alright, so the problem here though is that we have these check functions that we call, and one of them explodes. So I want to try running all of them, and if either of them, if any of them throws, then we're going to put an exception to the info exe. This is going to be what repr sys info 1. This will give me clues. Otherwise, if all is good, then we will set this to empty string. And then when we display info, well, this also doesn't handle IPC. What if it happens to handle IPC? Let me make you blank up here, and then what? Not happy about something. Maybe this try that I left dangling in here. Oh yeah. We will put this outside. Remove level. Remove level. Okay, you match nice and good. I think your display info, right? Yes, maybe so. I don't know. And then we will put exception info, like right here. Reload. I don't know if we can break it again or not. How did I break it the first time? Did we like... made a bunch of windows. A bunch of different viewports. And then... what did I do? I like closed them. You're gonna break? You're gonna do it? I don't know how to make it do it. I don't know how to break it. Well, hopefully it doesn't break again. But if it does, I will be ready for it. Maybe. Maybe I won't. I don't know. We did that earlier. We need to get the hydrate. We didn't do the hydrate. The only reason it breaks is because we're throwing exceptions somewhere. And if the exceptions show up in the, like, output stream of text, then... well, the whole thing explodes. So Laybar does not want your exception print. It wants nothing but an array of JSON arrays. And a Python exception dump stack trace is nothing of the sort. Nothing at all. What do we have here? We got um 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 image I think I wanted to change the process iterators. The process iterators. Not the process iterators. What if we... Do we ever encounter oof? Do we ever encounter an oof error? There you go, kitty. Have fun. You wouldn't iterate a process. You wouldn't. You wouldn't feed your cat with an automatic cat food dispenser. You wouldn't. Do something else. I don't. Corporate higher management. E. Not the E. Right, what do I want here? We want more processes. You wouldn't iterate a car. Well, actually, I think I would. Come to think of it. Well, now that I found out that my error was actually an extra letter S in the function that I was typing, I think I might want to do... I think I might want to do this as some sort of, like, comprehension. So we can make multiple passes, or maybe we can turn this into a dictionary. Maybe we make this into a dictionary. There's an idea. Yeah. 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 A new plan. We make dictionary of process. We iterate through all process. Possibly we try. Exception, maybe? You wouldn't iterate a fox, now would you? Why, yes. Yes, I would. The plan here is to have an array. What's it called? A thing. Actually, we want another try. A try. A try. A petri. Huh? A petri dish. I am evil. No, maybe we need a try. I'm being evil, and I love it. I may, in fact, actually be evil. Okay, I don't need to go that deep. I don't need to go that deep. Do I? Maybe not. I don't think that this would fail, but I don't know, I have my doubts. Petri dish is going to be empty list. You are going to be Petri dish. Accept catches keyboard interrupt. Well, maybe. What'd you call that thing? I should just catch the one that I want. This isn't Rust. No, this is my, what's it called? Key error. That's what it was. I thought so, but I wasn't sure. Let me out of terminal mode. Key error. There's an evil Euclidean. Wasn't the evil Euclidean just a voice? A voice? The red eyes? I mean, you could get close with, like, one of the prisms. Maybe. Very evil. Drums? We don't have drums. What do we want here? We want the thing. Actually, we don't even need that. We just need to be like append process. Because that's what we really want. We want the current process to be in the key. The key. How deep do we want to go here? I don't know. I don't know. This much. Alright, so this should give me a process tree, sort of, kind of, sort of. That's actually fairly, maybe simple? Maybe? And then we go into the list of the process, and then we search for the one in question by going the other way. So we get rid of all of that. Then we go if, what's it called? The window ID is in the process tree. Very yeah. You can be the Petri. The Petri dish. Maybe I should be going the other way and trying to find all the T-Mux in Bash or something. I don't know. I don't know. Too many things named Proc and Petrie. Why is this code so awful? Why am I making awful code today? Why am I did it? Why am I don't know. I am deliberately being evil. And I don't know why. Comma. 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 I love making awful code in Python, apparently. No one else is gonna make my system look this I don't know. This is not for public consumption. It's just to make my sway bar go burr. Which it kind of does. Kind of, sort of, maybe. A little bit. Kind of, maybe does. The Python effect. Are we sure it's poisonous? It might be venomous. Very venomous. Let's see what we got so far. Do you explode? Oof. Thanks for that process. Oh, that's just what we wanted, is an oof error. Ugh. It just means I did it wrong. Clearly. At least I think I did it wrong. Constant running of the script? I don't know. The system temperatures look okay-ish. There's a lot of run-to-run variance because my room temperatures swing wildly throughout the day. We don't usually consider this. The spikes? I don't notice any spikes because that would require a graph. Trends? We need trends. Yes, we need this thing to grab all of the sensor data and store it along with timestamps and then print it out. I also have the side panel off of my case so I can stick my fingers in the fan. Don't do that, by the way. It makes noises. Lovely fan noises. And it makes the numbers go down. Sticking like the fleshy part of my finger in it. The fleshy part. The fleshy part. Yeah. Slow down the fan. If you look at the fan speed when I do that, then they go down noticeably. So wait, and this should be like the next one to come up here. I notice one of these fans is 0. I'm so evil. If you are looking, that is. Maybe. Why do you not work? Why are you oof? I guess you would be oof if we encountered an exception in the process iterator, and then what if we don't have a process ID? What are you complaining about? Something, clearly. No attribute. Typo. Lovely typo again. I'm going to be doing this a lot. This would probably be eliminated by having good names for variables instead of whatever the hell I'm doing. Coming up with bad names for variables. That's what I'm doing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Definitely. Definitely. Definite, maybe. This is a definite maybe. So if perhaps we have bash. Let's see, how do we walk the tree downwards? How do we walk you downwards? If 4. I guess we want something that only has like 1. So if the proc length here, or no, if the tree only has a single process, then we want to walk down into the process. Probably. Maybe we want to walk down into the process. Append process name. And then, wait, what is process name? We don't have process name because we didn't look up tree 0 item. We need this. This will be the current process of inquiry. I need to give you a better name. Just a little bit. String. The proc string. Perhaps we will then take... Take proc, which is the name I want to use for this. Grab that. We will add the process name. Then we will grab the process ID. And if the process's PID is within PS, then we'll go deeper. Is it PS proc PID? Is another proc. Or no, this is another tree. And then if we're gonna do some very evil manual that's not supposed to fall on that. Some manual descent. That should be enough levels, right? And if we can, this is awful. We should iterate. Yes, we have what? Bash and tmux client. Gift sub. Congratulations. Hexadecimal leet for leaf. 0x leaf 1EAF leaf. Oh, truly. An acquiring sub of gifting. Yeah. So yeah, this one has tmux client. This one has, I don't know, nothing. Well, it definitely does something. I don't know if it does the something that I want it to do. Let's see else. I'm gonna do soar proc in tree. I'm guessing the other case would be if we have something that's like directly responsible for all the web content. Not helpful. Not helpful. Discord? Web content? Bash tmux clients? Don't bash the tmux clients. What did it ever do to me? Whatever did it do to me? Yes, I think we need a function that will descend into the tree such that if we have bash, we look deeper. If we have tmux, that is kind of like one of our goal conditions. Bash. Any of them? The wrong direction? Why am I going in the wrong direction? Why am I going in the wrong direction? What makes you think that I'm going in the wrong direction? I have a plan and a half. I mean, maybe we could go the other way. Could find all the T-Mux. Find all the Neo-Them processes. Discover their parents. Until we find a relevant window. But that wouldn't be evil now, would it? That would be way easier now, wouldn't it? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, definitely. Consider for a moment, though. Maybe we need to, like, descend. So I need function. I need function. I need function to tree walk. So we need the proc string. And then we need, I don't know, current tree. And we want process. Maybe we give it tree. Yeah. And then we will do what? Process tree. We also need the process list. Psst, 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 psst. So we have the process in the process tree. Then we will tree walk ourselves recursively down with proc string ps. And then what? PS proc PID. Maybe. And then maybe. Let's see if my tree walk. Walk string PS. P tree. Unseen. The way unseen is the way of the Mesaka. Gasp. Also, hello and welcome to the Hydolto. It's not really recursion. This iterates through all the lists in the list of processes. And then the calling of the tree walk is the recursion. So it's stack-based recursion. Which should be sufficient. I am at least 18% sure. So we go over here. We have bash, nvim, nvim. And then maybe we want to be evil for the day, so we launch a terminal. And then the terminal, we run neovim again. And then in this terminal, we are inside this neovim. We run terminal. And inside this terminal, we run bash. Inside this terminal, we run bash. And then we run neovim inside of here. You know, as one does. You have to be terminal. What's the pattern? Enter terminal. Neovim. Terminal. Neovim. Terminal. Ooh, Emacs. No. Disappoint. Let me out. 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 What did you do? Let me out. Let me out. Too many layers? It's just the panda from Tekken 8. Gasp. Also, hello, hello. Not the chicken again. We're talking about chicken earlier in the stream. Yeah. I think it's safe to assume, however, that most of the time we will have just a Tmux client. Which means I have to figure out if we have Tmux client or not. Where the Tmux is attached. So, Tmux. This does things, kind of, sort of. What kind of commands? Tmux. Do you have a command that like lets me attach or list clients or something? Attach session, list clients. List sessions. Fresh client. Server. F hash. F hash. This sounds like not the name of the language. Which would be F sharp. Which is canonically pronounced F sharp. C sharp, F sharp. These are the languages. Canonical? Canonical name of language? Or you could just, you know, type the crazy hash pound octothorpe. This is possible. What do we call here? List clients, list sessions. List clients. List sessions. I mean, it's something, but it's not the something I was hoping for. Give me process ID. Term. I don't have the terminal variable. Keep in mind, we're trying to look from the outside in. I don't know, maybe we could like dig a little bit. You have verbose. Maybe not. Yeah. Server login, tmux version, UTF-8. PS. We cannot run commands. We have to do everything programmatically from the script without messing with processes, without running any processes. IPCs and sockets are fair game. Processes, not so much. Format of each line. See formats. Clients. PID. Yes, this is what we want. See, what do we do with you? Certain commands accept format. This flag controls the output. Format variables are enclosed in hash. Curly squirrely. Variables are listed below. Conditionals? I don't need conditionals, just give me variables. Why does everyone need a domain-specific language for printing out variables? What do we want here? Client session. Client session. What do we want? List clients? Client. How do they format? Are they under Snake client session? 0. Client PID 9897800. Just called 9897800. Don't do that. That's a process ID. That is not a phone number. Did you know it does that? Did you know that Bad Apple Maysaka displays videos? Not just Bad Apple? Are we hard coding process IDs? Oh yeah? What do you want to hear? Name. Namai. Namaste. What do we want? If Tmux. I can't spell Tmux. Tmux in Namae. Why are you putting the S in there? Rock stirrup. String. String, proc, PID. I want to verify this for myself. No doubt. Maybe put some brackety things around it. Sure. Activate. Nine eight nine seven 80. Space? Much better. Much better. Sleep? Woken? Sleep? Coffee? Hamburger? I want a hamburger. 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 Why can I not pronounce word? I am doing stuff. I am doing stuff. The ultimate code. You know, I might just have to condemn myself.
Hamburger.
To being awake. Hamburger. Hamburgerberg. Bash? Enough bash? Tmux clients? Tmux clients. Coding the magic. Delicious. Delicious magic. Maybe I want to look explicitly for Tmux clients. Why not? The lack of sound is concerning. Maybe if I don't have a list of the current Tmux clients, We can run the program to find them. It's not terrible. Although, I would kind of like if I had like a Tmux. If I talk to the Tmux IPC, they probably don't document that. They wouldn't document that, now would they? Maybe not in here. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here, don't get me wrong. But to document IPC, which is very application specific, probably not. I could read the code. That will definitely tell me. We got commands, default keybinds, blah, 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 blah. Tmux. Formats? Dollars? Advanced use? Running with no session system clipboard. Shell commands, quoting, array command, alias. Terminal overrides. And system clipboard is not what I need. Scripting. Environment, default targets, information, planes, and the keys. No, it just kind of expects you to run the process, which is not terrible. Socket. Creates a directory in temp. Server creates a socket. Default socket is called default. Ah. A socket used by a running server can be seen with Tmux display. A socket path. I don't know if this will work outside though. Maybe it will. The socket is accidentally deleted, it can be recreated. Okay, they don't tell me anything about how to use it though. So I'm guessing we have to consult the source code. Well, the source code is just a bunch of like C files in the root directory of the repository. Protocol? What are you? BSD something or other? Okay. message data. I know it's in here somewhere. Clients, I mean client maybe. Format, file, hyper, input, job, layout, log, names, options. OS step. Server client. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze again. E. Definition. What do you recall? You're the. What is a definition? You don't even have the. The logs? I don't know about logs. Might be better going about this the other way. Maybe we find the commands. For listing sessions, which is going to be like an entry point of sorts, and then this is going to do stuff. What do we do? Format, dog,